Oh no, we have no light. There we go. Hello. Sorry, I was just finishing up an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's, which is the best ice cold Coca-Cola because I still suspect they actually put cocaine in their Coca-Cola, as you know, they did in days past. Probably not, but it's fun to spread unwarranted conspiracy theories around these days, right? Out of my hourly. um. Okay, so real quick, our members will notice that I made substitutions for two emotes that aren't really related to the YouTube channel anymore. So I need to update this real quick. Which one do I use? This one? Her face is too big. I have to just get rid of the explanation. Just you get this face. Okay? Good. This face. Get that face. That'll be at 50. They are. Apparently it's because of how they're stored. Like something with the way it interacts with their metal containers. Maybe the metal containers are laced with cocaine. Hey, JB. So yeah, we also got our first Danganronpa emote too. A little late, but I figure better late than never. We should have more of those. The Mercury! Whew. Boy, that'll add some years to my life for sure. Oh, we've been live for offline, Trep, don't worry. We already... Oh my god, she... Wow. See this? This is something we're adding. The activity. Now, this might seem like a lot, but just consider who is offering this punishment to himself. For every $5 or higher donation or membership that we get, which means Dean's List or higher, I have to eat some of this. They're all variations of orange candies from all of the candy I've been eating recently. Instead of throwing them out, I'm putting them in here. If you guys want me to eat one, $5 to see my face contort in disgust. That is correct. So if you donated $20, it'd be one per every $5. Oh God. I expect that to happen immediately. Oh God. Oh, this is cheating. This is a. Some of the pink ones look like orange. I don't know. Does that looks like pink? I don't think there's a. Oh, here's an orange one. No, it's definitely pink. It was like watermelon or something. I'll never cheat you out of my punishment. That's an orange one. Look at that shit. And it's sour. So this is gonna be like the worst type of orange. Oh, that initial hit is just the worst. Oh, and then it stays with you for so long. I should probably set something up where it's like, oh, thank God. I should probably set something up where, like, if you want me to do it, then there probably has to be like a time of like you gotta sit there and deal with the taste. I'm not implementing that yet though, because I feel like there has to be like a either set period of time or the next time X thing happens, or you know, something like that. That is not a pleasant taste to. You don't want any of that, trust me. She is really sniffing that orange. Don't lick the air in which my orange breath is currently occupying space. Wait. I don't. I must state that I indeed studied torture. What's 8.99 in rubles, or 899 rubles converted? Two? Oh God. All right, I'll do another one of the sour ones, but I gotta throw in like a Laffy Taffy or something that's not so sour, because two of those in a row is. All right, here's an airhead bite. Oh. Ah. Lucy tried to go for that very quickly. Never will my dog be subjected to this nonsense. Or this. I can't even imagine she'd want this. The sour ones are the worst. Oh my God. There's something about the sugar, whatever they have it to make it sour, seems to make the orange taste linger more than the regular ones. I did not anticipate that being so bad. All right, well, here's the airhead. See, this is a more subtle taste. It is not good. but it's not assaulting my mouth. Actually, it kind of is. Nope, there it is. It just took a while. Whereas the sour one hits you, like punches you in the face. Oh. I can't sue Orange. I'm doing this of my own free will. I can't do it of my own free will and be like, it's your fault. Oh, thank you to CJ and Maxim for the torture. Sour candies are fire. These sour airheads are amazing. The problem is that for as amazing as each individual type of candy is, when it's a good flavor, that means when it's a bad flavor, or in this case, indeed, the worst flavor, it amplifies how bad that flavor is even more. Is anybody else having stream buffering problems? I know Amir mentioned it a couple times. Everything is filled with licorice? Oh, that's interesting. We're fat fucks here, so who enjoy tracting type 2. Wait, which one's juvenile diabetes? Not the juvenile diabetes, the other one, where we have too much sugar in then. I'm still fairly convinced I'm going to have that happen to me within the next X amount of years. And you guys can help propel that. Well, here, let me, it's probably on YouTube's end again, because it doesn't sound like there's... You're 4 or 5 seconds behind, but it's not like stuttering, is it? Because an inconsistent stutter between users usually means there's a problem with the YouTube server, but I will lower the bitrate from 9K to 6K to see if that helps a little bit. Winter Olympics are going on right now. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, hopefully it's dropping the quality, but not enough where it should be noticeable. Too noticeable. All right, so we get Inspector Lestrade. Oh no, wait, his name's different. It's not Lestrade here. It's like bowler guy, right? Luigi. Depressed Luigi. Who gets a coat this color and is like, that's what I want. I want to walk around in that color coat. Gregson. Son of Greg. Alright, I'll just reread this so I'm caught up. So I'm refamiliarizing myself with his testimony. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. And there was an unusually light fog.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's the light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. Was that necessary? Was that really necessary? Just the first part. It's obvious I'm not familiar with it. Just say, around here, yeah, that's a thing. Okay, fine. I've read that London is famous for its fog. Or infamous more. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Motherfucker, did I ask for your input? Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, I expect you can appreciate. I see. This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own ad at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Okay. CJ, you're in the UK, right? It's not this bad, is it? I feel like they're to the like it's being super exaggerated for the purpose of the story. Okay, we get that too. It's just the mist doesn't tend to be nearly as thick as fog. Oh, so it was a product of the pollution. I see. So it wasn't just like water that, or moisture, natural moisture in the air that causes, it was actually like smog that was contributing to it. That makes more sense. Okay. Thank you for, to all my historians. See, I wouldn't call that fog, I guess. I would refer to that as just fucking pollution or smog. But, I mean, yeah, I guess that's not technically incorrect. I just never think of it that way. Oh. Hold on, sorry, my mom's calling me. I gotta see what she wants. I hope it's nothing weird. Oh, okay. Of course, when my mom calls me during the day, it's law-related. Not for her, but for another family member. Susato-san, I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else around but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Dude, who doesn't like a British accent? Except maybe British people. You could be live now. Okay, that probably has to do with lowering the bit rate. So, glad that's helping. Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime, not the grime. There's a lot of grime in this crime, but this crime have told us. And as we know, witnesses are always 100% honest and accurate in what they tell us. Yeah, See, that's something I will never, ever, ever experience. A girl just hears me talk and they're like, I want to talk to him more. Not because of anything he said, just his voice. Lying hadn't been invented yet. I feel like it was invented because we have perjury, but then they like forgot that it existed over time. I feel like I have the most bland voice a person could have. Every once in a while, you'll catch some of my Midwestern drawl, but it's not very often. In fact, KY would, when we were in college, KY would pretend to be a British guy at parties, just not because he'd like do it to deceive like women into sleeping with him or anything like that, but he did like how much more attention it drew to him, because he's way better at it than I am. So that was interesting, like the handful of times it happened. It's just like people believed him. Now, they were also like fucked up, so maybe that's something to do with it, but I always thought that was really fun. Like, yes, my boy Tanner. Yeah, he's from England. Big football fan. It's not that perjury stopped being a thing, but apparently now with, apparently, this is from what other people have told me while I've been playing these games. In the current Japanese system, it's almost expected. So I'm guessing that's part of why, part of the reason why it's expected is because they just don't enforce punishment of it. But now, we're in the Old English system. And that's always taken perjury very seriously. There are some deep south accents that I can have trouble with. But generally speaking, no, I'm pretty good at it. Because as somebody that grew up in the inner city, I had a lot of exposure to a lot of different like ways of speaking. So, like, for example, there are people in my area that my wife, who was not born in a city, she was born in a, like, I won't say it's like a farm town, but it's much less sparsely populated, more rural area of the state. There are people that live in the more densely populated area that she can't understand. And I'll have to, like, translate for her. And that's not even a matter of, like, we're all from the same place. It's just even within that place that can happen. But when you take something that's already kind of hard to understand and then add a really deep south accent to it, and what I mean is like Arkansas, Mississippi, that sort of thing. Sometimes it can, you know, I'll have to make sure I'm really paying attention. But generally, such exposure to, you know, a variety of different ways of speaking has, I think, helped me get, like, prepared for that. Yeah, it's weird how that can happen. It just, that's the way it is. Although, I hear that I haven't spoken to many people of, like, Creole descent. Apparently that can be kind of hard to understand. But I can't comment on it myself because I haven't really interacted with someone who's truly. We've had Teru, who was like a fake, like Todd Habercorn isn't really Creole, right? But Teru's character was supposed to be like Creole with that accent. I can understand him, but that was also, again, exaggerated. So I don't know how closely that reflects that actual accent. Oh, really? See, I feel like, for whatever reason, Texas accents are like some of the southern accents that are the easiest for me to distinguish. Maybe because it's similar in some respects to like the more difficult to understand people growing up here. Or like, I don't know. I feel like it's a lot easier to understand Texans than like I said, like Arkansas, Mississippians sort of thing. I don't know. That I'm sure that varies from person to person. Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. I really like, and I hope this is something that I'm not expecting it to because they're older games, but I'm hoping when we get into like Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice that there's more Phoenix has more reactions, because I like that Rinosuke has a slap where you can tell he's not really sure if what he's saying is true or not, and then he has that like thunderous slap where he's like, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I like that. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. True. It's been dark as fuck here. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. Dude. Do they think they live in, like, fucking Hawaii or something? Have they not... are their maps in 1900 really that bad? I'm honestly asking. I'm not sure. Oh, Spirit of Justice was released after this. Okay, I thought this was released after Spirit of Justice. Okay, well that's promising. That's promising. It could be Ram. And it could be that, like, the accent that I'm thinking of is very different from, you know, like I said, interstate can be a lot different. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. It's still fucking dark, though. Ah! The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Tell that to Jack the Ripper's fucking victims. Completely terrible, terrible use of that word by the judge. Perfectly accurate. I imagine some maps. Well, when was Galileo? Or not Galileo? Yeah, was it Galileo? Who first fought the notions of the flat Earth? I would love to see what an original map of a flat Earth would have been. That shit was probably hysterical. No, Jack the Ripper was not fictional. I know that seems crazy, but no. That's right. That's right. Galileo argued that the Earth revolved around the sun as opposed to the sun revolving around the Earth. I wouldn't think so. Not intact, at least. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Fourth case.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right, and as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at bots. I was hoping that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. What? I was walking down the street, and then suddenly I felt a pain in my back, and then I fell. Of course it's gonna be more than that, but... Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. Look at this print! What's your deal? I took you outside already. Don't cock your head at me like you've never been outside before. Stop that. What? Oh. All right, get down. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry. Yeah, she's inspired me to hydrate myself. She fucked her water bowl up. You're an inspiration to us all. What the hell are you? Okay. Obviously missed part of this conversation.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings? Think you'll find it's all there in a photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, the three books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Except for that one that didn't fall in the snow. And that other one that didn't fall in the snow. Looks like one fell in the snow. The accused could easily have carried all three books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. Did we just say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. It must be.
Hold it!
Well, imprecise. The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. Shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Luke's room was stacked from the ceiling stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. This judge is not as dumb as the original judge, no. Closest second-hand bookshop to the accused is lodgings in this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerstrom Street? Meerstrom Street? Meerstrom Street? Oh, I have a hard time pronouncing that word. Meersham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Well then, wasn't she killed here? Or stabbed here in the back, walking that way? If he's walking back this way, why would he would have had to have walked past her, turned around, and then stabbed her. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken out. Something like this. That seems weird. Why would he do that? Yes, I concur with your conclusions, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. That is true. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... the crucial detail in what you just told the court inspector is the location of the bookshop. Couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Huh? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. I got the map and everything. Used red blooming ink and drew the blokes around home on for you. I distinctly remember you're not along, Counsel. Oh, yes, of course. Must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. Oh, it's not that. That's not what. Oh, God. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. Not yet. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record. Right. So I'm assuming, since that's, I don't know why he didn't address it that way. This receipt is not from the Bourbon Street Yeah. Okay. That was always the second note. Yes, miss. Said once, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. Oops. Did not mean to do that. Fuck!
Hold it!
That which is the problem. Like, even if you have good arguments, you can undermine yourself by adding unnecessary argumental fallacies, like ad hominem. Like, there's no point in doing that. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. It would be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I could see it being of any great significance. But please revive your testimony accordingly, Inspector. If you didn't think it would be of any relevance, you wouldn't fucking add it. Ugh. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Did the man be anymore? I didn't see what word that was. Sardonic. Aha! 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 Aha!
Objection!
Aha! If I could just stop you there. Just stop you right there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and it details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books! Y-O-R-E, I presume, and not Y-O-U-R. Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
Ooh, that's a bad job. That's a bad job. Please tell me it's not Y-O-U-apostrophe-R-E. That would just grind my gears. You are Books. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? Oh, my, depends on where the other bookshop is, but I do declare, maybe a possibility. Oh. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? I don't know what voice that guy, it's just a really, like, super basic, like, nondescript. He's nondescript. He's just like, he's just a dude. Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books... Of course. That's the only place it, like, really could have been, right? He actually could have went back, he could have traveled either route in that case. Unless he was able to, like, cut through alleys. Just here on the corner of Bishop Street going east. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. Type O. My learned Nipponiese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Grr. You put that glass down or I put it down for you. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Congratulations!
Judgment Nights of...
Yeah! There it is! I completely forgot I added that to the YouTube page. To the YouTube streams.
Congratulations!
About to fucking unload the Judgment Knights of Thunder on this dude. You are not a clown, but the entire circus. Or what if Rinosuke responded like, I'm not a clown, I am the entire circus. Wait. Didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. The accuser's coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. That actually isn't entirely clear. It leaves room for ambiguity. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. I'm not your friend, pal. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. That's still an incorrect statement. Just Your Books, maybe, possibly. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. You know, actually, her fish shake kind of hits a little different than it normally would. What'd I say? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry. Would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? The prosecutor's assertion is correct. Assertion is correct. The members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Now, I just want to make sure this is known for those that are curious that might not know. The trial doesn't just end because the jury decides I've made up my mind. The trial ends after the both sides have presented their arguments in full. That's when it ends. Or at least that's when it goes to jury deliberations. The jury can't just stand up halfway through and be like, I've heard enough. So an attorney would never have to worry about the jury, like, cutting their ability to argue short. Yeah, he couldn't say anything. He's like, or maybe he was just like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't respond to women's. If he looked at fucking Ryunosuke like, my learned Nipponese friend, can you please shut your concubine up in this court of esteemed law? Maybe this system doesn't make sense, but it does have magic fire-based voting. So all in all, it's really an improvement. It's hard for me to argue against that. No, they don't vote with fire. In fact, what usually happens, at least here, what happens is so you know that there was a jury, what they call them, foreman? In this system, I forgot what they call them, but you basically have like a head juror that is designated to speak on behalf of the jury. And that person will deliver the jury's verdict. Or it could be written down, or, you know, whatever. But very rarely will you see, like, them go individually and say, guilty, 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 not guilty. I'd love to be on jury duty if I could vote with fire. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Claims Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books. What? The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Objection. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. Okay, I'm still tired of his shit. Because he always starts his argument off with something really stupid. Some stupid, weak statement. But that was actually really funny. Not strong by any means, but funny. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. That doesn't mean it couldn't have happened. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. It's not necessarily super obvious for a dude that's only been in that location for a week, though.
Objection.
But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. You don't remember what route you walked 2 days ago? You took a right or a left when you walked out of the bookstore. Jesus. Ha. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. How? I don't believe this. Oh yeah, that's great. Naruhodo, good job. Shock of the incident made him forget. But like, does it make him forget all his other past trips too? Like, what's just more likely? You can kind of use that to piece your memory together sometimes. Like prior incidents too. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? Even if that's the case, I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Of course you do. Wholeheartedly and in every way. Of course you do. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you talk to each member of the jury? You fucking prick. You fucking biased prick. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
That one dude couldn't even hear anything! Also, the one guy's Irish. Did they have all the voice lines last time? That's actually kind of cool. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. The insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. More type O negative blood. Here's to you. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around, somehow. So I'm assuming this is going to be in like every trial. I really don't like this being in every trial because it becomes really predictable. Those are the eyes of Query. That's weird. Those are the eyes of Query, not yet willing to give up and die. I don't think we had heard Fairplay's voice before. Not that I remember. Oh, we might have had to hold it. I know that army dude in the prior case had to hold it. But yeah, I don't remember if Beppo or the hat guy, I don't think either of them did. If anybody had one, it was probably fair play. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? How dare you attempt to wield your pathetic rights? Snake, you know that only I can kill you. Rights of the defense, written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. And yet! There, sorry, I'll be... There we go. Sparking at the delivery driver. So this is what 2 pounds of white chocolate Reese's Christmas trees look like. £2 is a lot. Oh, good God. And then he, like, shits on the law as a prosecutor. Like, that's not good either. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course, we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponi's whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Your Honor, strike from the jury immediately. Jesus Christ. Why don't you go ahead and put on both of those pounds right now? Oh, I would vomit it all immediately. Very well. I agree. What the fuck? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Well, even if you can't opt out of the jury, you're supposed to do it the way you're supposed to do it, which is as a you know, you're supposed to do it based on the law, not your bias. But I'll still blame him for it. Well, defense, I guess you die now. Get good. For pity's sake, that little Nipponi's oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes! Why, it could only have been the victim! The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was stabbed from behind, was she? How dreadful! I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. Huh? Your books, yes. It's a nice shop, that. But bourbon books? Not worth a visit. What does that have to do with anything? Well, that last statement was absolutely worthless. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. With only minor exceptions, including the one who still can't make it's focused on his choice of bookstore. Why don't you go back like 30 seconds, Amir? I know that would be kind of annoying, but it should fix the stuttering issues. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant had then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Oh, why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, stop being a bitch! This is no time for grumbling. We want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know, I have to turn the tide, turn about, la 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 la. I must make the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. After what Susano said to Van Zeeks, I would have pissed myself. Yeah, 5s wasn't a reason either. I got shit to do. Oh, okay. That doesn't actually have any relevance to what we're talking about here, but okay. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your submission examination. When I start talking about nothing at all, please let me know, because that probably means it's time for me to go and look into some assisted living or something. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. You miserable pile of secrets. Well, Castlevania's Capcom too, right? Like, you could see them reference their own IP. That would actually be really funny if they did that. And really like, oh it's Castlevania. Oh, it's Konami? God damn it. Well, wait. Oh, the reason I keep thinking it's Capcom is because in Mega Man 8, you can get a Castlevania theme to play as an alternate stage theme for the fuck's his name? I don't even remember his name. He's a bat. He's like a vampire bat robot. And so for whatever reason, because of that, I keep thinking that no, it's not fucking Castlevania. It's ghouls and ghosts. Okay. I'm just all sort of confused. All right, old man. Time to go take your pills now. Yeah. Oh, God. Don't worry. I'm both on. Yeah, but it's winter and 15 degrees out. All those kids peeing on our grass and whatnot. It was Mega Man 7, not 8. God. Woo! Yep, didn't think it would come that quickly, but here we go. Time to look into some assisted living. Come on, Rinosuke, you can do it. I like that they had the inspector in the background still instead of just like disappeared. That was a nice little touch. What now? Hey! Waiting for these. Speaking of Mega Man. Oh, hell yeah. Man, these are sweet. I'll look like Mega Man now. When I put on my headphones.
Congratulations!
Yes, this became a very mini unboxing. Except these are used. Oh, you can use either. Okay, that's interesting. All right, let's give a test as to its LED mode. LED mode? Hold on. Do you have lights? They do work with regular audio jacks. Yep. They gave me a normal one, although good lord, this is not very long. I'm pretty sure it's long enough for my purposes, but woo! They expect you to be right up by your damn computer. I had to get new headphones. Well, I didn't have to, but these used to be a lot cooler before my dog knocked over my tower and severed one of the cords, so it can't. It couldn't light up anymore, which kind of sucks. But computer was fine, so whatever. Glad that wasn't that catastrophe was averted. I'm gonna see what the LEDs are real quick. Man, these are way more like noise canceling than these were. These other ones. Okay, like that. Oh. Okay, that'd be a lot cooler in the dark. Wait, what? Huh, that's weird. I gotta figure out what this... There's something with the LED lights, but I'm not sure. Like, it lights up here, but like here you can't really tell because it's day. It's not as awesome, which is fine. It's not. I'm more about the aesthetic appeal. All right, let's do this. Now we are Lawyer Man. Okay. Poor woman was attacked from behind. How dreadful. His weakness is dumbfounded gavel from Judge Man. Yeah? That would be my weakness. Two bangs of the gavel. Just like it, in difficult mode in 2, it takes 2 heat shots to finish off Woodman. Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the sight of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. Oh, he went all the way to Australia for... Oh, wow. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Man, don't blame me for your gambling problem. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around and the police have been badgering me nonstop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite! That's precisely my point! Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim! And clearly that funny little Nepalese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit! Being racist in Mickey voice is fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Woo! But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. A man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Ho ho! Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think it would have been concocted? Do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Oh, who's to say what goes on through your funny little minds? Oh my god. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made his admission. He himself stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. The argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my! Oh, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof to show he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. As I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. But tonight's so dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes, So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there is some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. This guy, this is who you want. This is the guy you want on your jury. If you have the evidence to back up your claims, a well-reasoned individual that doesn't appear to have any inherent racist feelings the juror number 2 might have also fit into that mold if she wasn't so very obviously prejudiced. A reason why Seki-san might have taken the longer way around. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion with that one. That's interesting. Like, it's so... I don't know. It isn't anything... Huh. Yeah, this. Oh, look here, Miss Naruhodo. Just at the tip. Small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Right, well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Let's see.
Hold it!
Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garridiv, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room. Bless his wife! Where'd you get that idea, sir? I'm the maid! The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade? This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been a little over a week now. No, she would not be allowed to serve on the jury, if you're wondering. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache? Isn't that your room? Your house's room? What's that say about you? Man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Oh, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. Likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Mearsome Street it was. Mearsome Street. Oh, the Met, Mr. Naruto. There are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then.
Objection!
These 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. Not that. At odds, counsel, explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our maps of the local area. I like this. He did this last time too, right? I'm not sure I mentioned it, but I really like this pensive pacing. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsome Street, making it impassable. Well, it doesn't mean it's impassable. I mean, maybe it was. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearsome Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. Well, what do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, huh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue as we get to the bottom of what really happened. Man, juror number 3 is a bro. I really respect this man. What about you, sir? Who, me? God damn it. Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say. It was a part of last stream. It's just the topic of conversation that we went into. And it's continued into today, which I didn't expect, but hey. That's how this stuff works, right? Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Yeah, just doing my job and all that. Man, you know what kind of... Okay, and you know this series has got me fucked up. Please don't... This is not a question. I don't want anybody responding to it. But I'm really worried that juror number 3 is somehow gonna turn out to be a murderer somewhere down the line. He's too good of a juror. Oh, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Oh yeah, she's a significantly better cheerleader. Not that Trucy and Maya weren't good assistants and very helpful, but like, Susanoo just got your back. Maya would give you that like, Nick, you're such an idiot look. And Trucy'd be like, Holly, you're a fucking idiot. I don't remember what her voice was for a second. It's been so long. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. Might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we're gonna do. And Zix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Okay. This fucking guy.
Hold it!
Huh? Sorry, phone it, you say? Phone what? Oh, no. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? I was big out books there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. It's before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. May very well be extremely significant. Huh? Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite all right now. Changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Naruhodo. Yep, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. I wish I knew how to do a Susanoo takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Thank you, dog. It's true. I take things and I look into them every little bit of detail to try to figure out what a person means. Because my job. So unfortunately, it also extends to normal living too.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. Oh, what are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Why, whatever you mean, sir. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to Your Books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man said he had no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman was stabbed, obviously. Oh, oh, can we really be sure of that, madam? Why? Oh, what do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was someone else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Did he actually ever say he was wearing his green overcoat? That's probably something we should establish. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Oh, are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat who the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? Wow! That is certainly possible. That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Look at that. Oh my goodness me! Sorry, you need to pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6. It means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh, why? You idiot old man. You hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What'd you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, huh? Is it a crime to slip over the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? With a pink vest? My lord, I do hope it wouldn't cause inconvenience, but, You would like to change your leading, I presume? Because I'm kind of changing mine, too. I do declare that I would! I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. I would, too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Ah! Well, estimation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Nothing to object to here, bruh. Take the L. Carry on. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. He just goes to straight insults for everything. Yeah, the jury be like, fuck you, dude. Whatever do you mean?
Objection.
Come say that to my face! Ram this keyblade right up your asshole! I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. 2 pence. Is 2 pence, right? Or is it tuppence? No, tuppence. A measly tuppence for it. Now my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm being honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? This is not a good argument on his part. Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your... And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyway. Just turn any gentlefolk back where they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah, is that true? Not when it's slippery. That seems unlikely. The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Cold man? You can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese? So many things wrong with this. So many things wrong with this. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Yes, I certainly do have eyes in the back of my head, you fucking clown. Oh, I can't say as I remember. Of course you can't remember! People don't generally just be like, oh yeah, these people were behind me, because I have an eye in the back of my head! You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Order! Order! Lord Van Zix, explain yourself. Your ad hominem is becoming quite aggravating. My lord, you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But I already know. I did it against you last trial, so, I mean, kind of another stupid argument on your part. He did say that, didn't he? Yeah, what the fuck? Did the game just forget that? Like, there could be different, like, rules in different circumstances, but the circumstances seem to be the same here. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What? What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Right. Maida, bring forth the witnesses. So, he's like, you can't talk during summation examination. Counsel, why didn't you talk during summation examination? It's what? Next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? Yeah, what the fuck? We already knew this was gonna happen. Do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there are eyewitnesses to the incident. I love how she added the several times. We've been told on several occasions. Several occasions. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. All right, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness and no matter what they say. I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle is over. Yes, I do make those hand gestures. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. What? Are we sure this person isn't just dressing up as a policeman for Halloween? Constable Riley Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. They look like they're 14 years old. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. God, she's having a field day today. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. Serving as everyone's personal alarm clock. (23 and 21). They're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. Sounds like something the Department of Public Works should be taking care of. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I've had a collapse long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. But the London Bobby is a man of honor. A man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley? Constable Rowley Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. That wasn't very good at all. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You would tell the court exactly what you saw in the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rowley was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rowley and I saw him clear as day. Oh man, that's great. I'd love to hear that from him. Not just you, for the both of you. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. I mean, sure, for her, but stop lumping him into it. I want to hear out of his mouth. We have a right to confront our accuser and their witnesses. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. He's not claiming anything! She's doing all the talking! The testimony is true. The alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. What an unfortunate bechancing. On your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Exactly. Enough preamble. Counsel for her defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. You can't take it as his testimony. It's her testimony. Oh! Okay. I thought that was double orange. It's pink and orange. Alright, later, Theo. Take it easy, dude. Welcome back to the student body, Theo. Thank you, my dude. You have a good one. Much appreciated. I appreciate your support. I forgot how the Myers-Briggs stuff started. Airhead's Sour Bites. I've had it for a couple weeks now, but yeah, it's new. Originally, I had it as a donation alert, then I just switched it to the members alert. Now, this and the Twitch page both have the same music, but the Twitch page has a Genshin character dancing. And in this one, I put that video together of Edgeworth dancing to the song. Okay, so out for a meal. There's no time to change after work. Just telling what's appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. Weren't you across the street? Okay, I think I need to press.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss B? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and elderly can't even apply. I mean, children, yeah. But he's basically a child. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? Nice, Naruhodo. I like that you pointed out that the whole woman thing was stupid. You get that nice color shield soon, JB. I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it? Wait, it suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Suits you down the ground? Is that like similar to head to toe? Like a British way of saying that? The thing he doesn't have that wrapped around his neck. What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were Bet now we're heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh god, this reminds me of Third Rock from the Sun. Where one of the main characters is dating this police officer. But the thing is that when he doesn't have his officer clothes on, she completely loses interest in him. And then he puts it on, and then all of a sudden she like can't keep her hands off of him. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrate my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. The young love is such a joy to behold. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of cute. Just, if I'm being honest. We tend to do more things immediately after being watered. You see more instant results. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, gotta describe what happened next. Of course it's over the top. They've been married for a year. They're still in their, what's called, honeymoon period. Still have all that energy and vigor.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming toward us, walking up Rye Road on the opposite direction. Okay, I thought they were on the opposite side of the street, but I misunderstood what she was saying. Okay, that makes more sense. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. He's not that thin-looking. I mean, maybe compared to the... What did somebody call her yesterday? Or Wednesday? It was a very interesting... It was Scarlet. What did Scarlet call her? It wasn't round, it was something else. No, it wasn't stout. I don't know if Scarlett's still here. I can't remember what she said, though. Well, we were talking about horsepower. That was in game. That was hilarious. No, it wasn't rotund. It was a way I hadn't heard a person of that stature be referred to before. There's not really a reason to say something if you think it's a spoiler. Just don't say it then. Because by saying something, it creates an implication. An implication I will be able to decipher. But yeah, if you have an issue with something like that, then you should talk to me about it after stream. Don't argue with mods. Nobody should ever argue with mods on stream. And feel free to air your grievances for me, and then I will let you know why policies are the way they are. I mean, no, I don't think saying she's an INTJ is a spoiler. Although this is the problem with conversations like this, because quite honestly, people should know better than to prod you about why somebody might be a specific personality type, because inevitably it is going to a person's reasoning inevitably has some sort of spoiler attached to it, right? As opposed to characters that have, you know, come and gone already. It makes more sense because then you can talk about it. But maybe that's something that just chat in general should be. If Flame Enforcer says, I think she's an INTJ, it's probably not a good idea to ask him why, because his answer, if he were to give the complete answer, would inevitably include a spoiler. Unless he would give such a vague answer that it wouldn't be very useful anyways. Yeah, and if you just want to say based on everything that if you want to just base your entire analysis on everything that you've seen up to this point, then sure. The problem is, though, that most of the people that you're talking to have played the games in their entirety, and so their perception is based on all of it. And not just the early portion. There seems to be a disagreement on what would constitute a spoiler. Like, I don't have any problem with him saying she's an INTJ. I was like, unless her personality changes. When it comes to like Myers-Briggs categories, we've seen enough of these characters to have an idea, right? I could give my own analysis into what character I think she is. That and there could be disagreements. But yeah. If this goes for everybody, if you disagree with the mod, don't argue with them on the channel, in chat, while we're streaming. That's never going to end well. I shouldn't have to stop stream to address it. My mods have a very, very good idea of what my expectations are. So if I have to stop and address something like that, and I have to make a quicker decision because I'm not going to spend too much time on it, I'm almost always going to side with the mods. That's why it behooves people to not take their grievances up in the chat. Thank you, Lugia. That's a new one. Sister19 LOL online. Oh. Sorry, this is my wife. She's normally not calling me around this time. Let me see what's wrong. Bad day at work. Bad day at work. Well, I guess this also means I'll be able to stream my full amount today. Patricia's talking. There's a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this point. And like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Ah, what? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight. You can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street light as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a cop who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, it didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? Oh, bang. Well, right, that's why it's good he doesn't have it around his neck at least. He keeps it around his, like, shoulder and chest instead. He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when you get closer, we realized what it was. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Hey, Tom. Didn't we, darling? What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. Should we start taking a shot every time something racist is said in this game? That rotten Japanese man did that when he... Wait. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him! It is the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. Why would he have done that, though? This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. I be dead? Yeah. Yes, sir! Ugh.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Wake up! What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but a Bob is never truly off duty, of course, so I feel obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. She does. That's the first thing I noticed. I was thinking about giving her the Regina voice, but I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. Floofy-headed blondes. Hey, Scarlett, you're being just as bad as them. Talking about the shifty-eyed Japanese man or whatever. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Well, the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. Dumpling of a person, that's what it was. A dumpling. I knew it was a perfect line, but I couldn't remember exactly what the word was. I mean, the only pun I can think of has to do with like food, right? Pat, roll, you beat. But I'm assuming that's not what it is. Oh, you put both their names together! And it's Patrol Beat. Oh, it's cool. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. We'll take his, we'll take that with a grain of salt. You know, considering he can change his opinion on your intelligence like that. Yeah, beat I caught, because they kept, like, they would say beat and be, okay, yeah, like, I get that. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir, what Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Yeah, model racist citizens. Yep, there we go. Right on cue.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps. By the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Can't you tell that I'm a Londoner by my fancy southern accent?
Right.
The light from the street lamps is more than enough. And my husband already told you the fog was only light, didn't he?
Ha, yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. Well, it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. That sounds like snow. People come up here like, oh my god, snow, you guys get this all the time, right? Or like, yeah, we get it all the time. It's fucking, ugh. Well, isn't his name Roland? Or Roll something? It's their two names together. Patricia and then his name. Pat and then Roll. Beat. Good, you shouldn't. Just don't be like, oh man, snow is awesome! It's not. It sucks. It fucking sucks. It's just Rolly? What a name.
Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Ah, yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir.
So, is his helmet fucked up because of constantly falling over due to... Suffocated the small. Yeah, I love snow too when I didn't have to drive anywhere. The only thing I had to worry about with snow was making snowmen and snow angels. And if there was too much of it, I didn't have to go to school. But when you're an adult, it's a little different.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki's son they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. Ha! Ha, heaven! Let's go! Let's box!
What? No. It's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one.
I was waiting for somebody to actually tell us the names of the books so that we would know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were actually his, because we have the actual receipt. No, I'm just not giving every single person a British accent. I mean, when we were in Japan, well, okay, it's Japanifornia. I was gonna say I wasn't gonna give them all Japanese accents. It's not really the same though. But yeah, I'm not. I can't vary my British accent enough to give everyone a British accent. I wish I could, but I can't.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Miss Reed. No, it won't do at all. A Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Bean. Mrs. Bean, sorry. Might that appease you so?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Yeah. 4 books? There's only 3 books.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the... I keep wanting to go into Edgeworth, but instead I need to go into Liquid Snake. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud patrolman's... Wait. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard, don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Bean, seeing as you regale the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and What's It Yearnings. Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamies something. You see?
My dog is concerned after that response. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm just a bit baffled. No, it's fine. I'm amused. I'm amused, that's all. Is it even 66% of each title? That last one, I think she remembered like a word.
You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There are indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. All right, dude, put down the fucking Derringer. It's not a Derringer, it's actual revolver, but that's a snub nose, which just looks like the littlest piece of shit ever. It'll still kill you, though. He should not have that gun in his hand. To be fair, he is an officer. If anyone would have a gun in court, it would be a police officer. I guess on my stand, it'd be me and the dog. Oh, snub noses are great in practice. Call of Duty Black Ops, that was my pistol of choice. I'd add the snub nose attachment to the revolver. But they still look like little pieces of shit. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Generally, yeah. Yeah, they can. There might be some places where it's not allowed, but I have not seen said places yet. I'm just thinking maybe there is some place somewhere where maybe that's a thing. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Well, then what do? We find contradiction. Yeah. But here's the thing. You only had 3 books. So do I show the receipt or the crime scene photo? Because both of them only show 3 books. It's one of these two. Although 3 of these are along the lines of what she said.
Objection.
So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, the What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingamies Something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Damn, I didn't need all that hand to... Stop with the pointing! Simply that at the scene of the crime, there was only 3 books. There were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. I bet every time you take a look at it, it'll make you laugh. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, you can't fool me. Ha ha.
Sorry?
It's that big old lump of a dead body. Body so large, a corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating! And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume? Evidence. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accursed did not drop 4 books?
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day, but as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No.
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would only have dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. Grr. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no, oh no, 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 oh no!
Objection.
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my nerded Nipponese friend. Wow, who would have seen the insult coming before the actual argument? What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He seems right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast of this O-positive blood to the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic prints? Only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Ample torso. No! Order, order!
There, you see? Look at that. Look.
Yes.
Just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's its yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaboria, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Yeah, hidden surprise evidence, yeah! Yeah, totally a thing that happens in real life. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt. Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic prints. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. And when were you going to show us that, counsel? You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. There's a lot of burning here.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned.
You're right. It's not dead, just very badly burned. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Wasn't that seem to raise a red flag to me? Oh, the Lion's Pride. That was what's-his-face's book.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it'd be something I've heard. Wait a minute! The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before, very recently too. Like, yesterday.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, it's that book that that dude lost and got burned and then apparently got thrown out the window. Look at this graph! What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat? Marry me, Pat! So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is this decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. A lot of conclusory statements there. Everything that Van Zieks does is a ton of very, very, very weak arguments.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Renosuke, think. What to do now? I feel like you have to make an objection, because otherwise they're just going to be like, yep, sucks to suck.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. It's for the judge to decide, not you. The die has been cast, there is no more room for debate. You know, you can keep saying statements like that just to say them, and they still don't actually mean anything. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but, I can't think of what to say.
I may, Lord Van Zieks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Huh. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. We make it seem like, well, we do tolerate a lot of stuff here, so the court will hear you, madam. Lord knows we have to tolerate whenever a woman speaks in court. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well, pray, what insight can you, a woman, give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Huh.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment.
Oh my god! I think I know what happened! Oh, if I'm right, that's kind of crazy!
Oh! And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one final piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight in this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as well you know. More conclusory statements. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Sir Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which the fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire danger is some veiled clue? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. I just said I was gonna explain it! Let me fucking talk! What are you suggesting you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry to has suffered? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belonged to. Victim gripping it in her hand as she fell on the floor, after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Also, the defense's response is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer
is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb, the landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But, of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my goodness! Me? Oh, I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife, I'm his maid! Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Good Lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Yeah, he hasn't been accused of anything. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is risible. This is risible. Risible? I don't know what this word is. Anybody? Yeah, what's the pronunciation? CJ! Where you at, CJ? Risible? This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. Resible? 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 All right. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid that to one you love, can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Except for when she chokes me. But that's because I asked her to do that. Man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being open. How'd they put out the fire then? That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. Broken. Well, right, it's not broken. It was definitely open. Because that was quite a large fire to just be able to put out with whatever water source they had. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. The house was on fire! Let us not forget the house was on fire! No Londoners would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah! Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough! Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are, you little foreign trickster! You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward! Her! The fucking husband beater. Is she shitting my goddamn nuts right now? Because I feel like she's shitting my goddamn nuts right now. Holy shit, shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. Really? Maybe their little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm really posing as a man for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intent. That'd be my intent. You're an awful person. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do, it's utterly unforgivable. Yeah, you do have an anger problem. You're right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? Fancy foreign theories. Because apparently, these are possibly arguments that could have been made by anybody who lives here in London. But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Huh? Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? The fuck do you think my position is? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friends, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability to the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now. It's over. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato, have you forgotten? This battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to...
I was afraid they were gonna do this. They are really overusing this. Having this twice in one case is really fucking lame. Really, really fucking lame. Like, in the last trial, I was dreading that it would happen again. This is awful. This is fucking repetitive and lame. Oh, God.
You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
Yeah, it's way too overly dramatic, and it really makes it decreases the power and value of every single one that you do. And you have to then worry about, oh man, they all just might change their minds and all go guilty. Like, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. It reinforces how stupid of a system that is. Where the jury can just end things in the middle whenever they feel like it. You cannot overuse a mechanic like this in the way that you present it. And they are doing that. And it is bad. Tell them to fuck off. Trial's over. I think this is... That orange.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for further summation examination of the jury. I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to the procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to say clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Yeah, the foreman that just fucking committed perjury yesterday. Oof. Music enough is not by itself strong enough to make this any less irritating and lame. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. There is some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. It was on fire!
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
has a population of like 12 people. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. Except the last one, but, you know, whatever. Or the last two, actually, again. Just, yeah, okay, whatever. With one notable exception, two notable exceptions, of course, but I don't hear so well either. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness's testimony, so the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. Yeah, well, that's not your, it's not up for you to determine. It's up to the jury to determine that. My lord. So, for criminal trials, they're held in a county courthouse. Even very sparsely populated counties have enough people and are big enough where something like this should be avoided. Because a county is... counties aren't small. If it was just the crime happened in this village of 50 people, that would be one thing, right? But the crime is actually handled at the county level, the state, as the party. So, even with lower population counties, there's enough people where that wouldn't be an issue. There are times where small population can cause some practical exceptions that have to happen in procedure, and that can happen in a few different places, but like, I'm curious. Lowest county population in U.S. Least populated county in the United States is Loving County in Texas, located okay, this would be a problem. Okay, so Loving County has a population of 64 people. As it has a courthouse, it's the only two-story courthouse in its township or whatever. It's the only two-story building in that township. As Loving County is the least populous county in the United States, few court proceedings have taken place at the courthouse. Only 726 civil cases were filed at the courthouse between 1931 and 2004. We have that amount filed in like 2 weeks here. That might be an example. It might be a little less than that, but it's a lot. Most of them involving car accidents or business disputes among the county's oil and gas producers. The county convicted its first felon in 1936, stealing $4,000. 2 jury trials in 2003 were the first in the county since its district court was established in 1955. The court's entire adult population was called for the 60-person jury panel, and establishing a jury was nearly impossible due to a Texas law prohibiting relatives from serving on the same jury, as only 2 potential jurors were unrelated to another potential juror. Nonetheless, the courthouse placed it. Well, it doesn't tell me what happened. What happened? I need to know what happened. gonna save that. I need to look into that because I'm really curious. Wow, that's crazy. Oh God. Whew. Good times. Good times in Loving County, Texas.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Rinosuke, focus your mind now. The link to what I was reading? It's just the wiki article. But yeah, if anybody can find more details as to what transpired during that jury trial, I'm sure somewhere Google shall reveal the hilarious story behind that. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garrideb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident. The 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learnt in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
That's true. I could just reach out to anybody in the county because they would all know. Do we have a source? Yeah, everyone that lives there. Oh my God, that's amazing. There has to be conflict of interest problems with the lawyers there all the time. Like, one of the most important documents in that county for an attorney would be conflict of interest waivers. That you are waiving the conflict. You are aware of the conflict of interest and you are waiving that as an issue. You are allowing me to represent because I don't see how I'm going to be able to represent you otherwise. Or they have to bring in a lot of out-of-town attorneys to handle things. The accused left behind Oya.
Hold it!
As we know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
Coincidence? I think not! Yeah, you can outsource counsel. In fact, I've had people approach me, from smaller counties further up north in Wisconsin. The counties are huge, but they're the most sparsely populated. Saying they wanted to hire an outsider because they were convinced that all the other attorneys in their area were all like in with different people and it would be biased against them. Now, I honestly think a lot of those people exaggerate the situation. They're just overly paranoid. But I also do think there are situations where that might be getting someone from the outside is probably prudent. The problem is that if you bring an outside counsel, you're gonna have to pay for all of our travel, which is not cheap. Wink loving. So it's a combined school district? Loving County. We discovered one of the most interesting, ironically interesting places in all of the United States. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face! But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by 10. Is it tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see? Modern, metropolitan.
Did I say? Oh my God, I'm a moron.
You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty! Ho-ho! Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
Well, as racist as you are, I still like you as a juror because you'll actually be open-minded for the wrong reasons, but it doesn't matter. I'd be happy to do that if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. Glad you omitted rational there.
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fell over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So, no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see.
Oh yeah, but what if a flaming inferno is encompassing your house? Is that the type of fire you want to stay warm by? You couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Why are you not mentioning the goddamn fire? What? This is the point where you're banging your head, you're like, it hasn't been established how the fire was put out. Why is this not something we've already discussed? It's such a fundamental part of this entire scenario that you would have to be an idiot to not have brought it up by now, which Ryunowski apparently is. Because the young man isn't going to budge otherwise. God, Phoenix does that shit too, where I'm just like, why are you not bringing this very obvious thing up? For the sake of plot?
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? Not only that, but the entire corner of the flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fury love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett. God damn it, woman, stop touching me! Never mind that, the point is we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. Yeah, where I slapped him across his fucking face. No, I didn't even slap him. I swiped downward at his face because that's the only way that handprint could have made that impression. Oh yeah, I get it. It's because, but that's a problem with the game's structure then. If the game's putting you in that scenario, there's a problem with this structure and it needs to be addressed. Because anybody with common sense is infuriated at this point. I try to get him as close as possible. Somebody needs to cook for everyone. I don't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless onslaughts. Just though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. God damn. What? You heard me, my missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss then. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. What? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. Must be some way to jog his memory about this. Jog his memory about what happened in his marital spat?
Hold it!
Yeah, is that the creators of this game thinking that there's a stereotype with British women from 1900 that they were all like abusive towards their husband? Because that ain't cool either. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Huh? Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. It did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? What is this black magic you speak of? Yes, that's why we put candles on our cakes. Devil worship to keep us alive for another year and immortal. That's really funny. Bravo, game. That was a treat of a line. Shit, I don't know about you. I worship exterior demons, not the interior ones. Of course. It was specifically an angel food cake. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. O'Hoda. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown it wrong somehow, and flames didn't go out, but candles were flying all over the room. What? Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. That's really funny. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how'd you catch a cold from a fire? Well, fiasco it was. Grandchildren blessed them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it because we are people of common sense and put 2 + 2 together to solve problems. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you, old man. The windows. The mighty winter air wished all over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation, like we did last time in this court, today, and yesterday. Let's just do it.
Objection.
Those two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How do they, counsel? Don't point at me again, I told you it wasn't me. Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up. Juror number 3, you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of the winter when his house caught on fire!
Oh, yes, of course. Because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad to not to open the... I can't believe I didn't think of that before.
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household. And Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Damn, woman!
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrideb! Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something to the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. Oh, what is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? That you opened the window. The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? All right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Flaming book battering, even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do so otherwise. I gotta keep throwing the punches, you know. If I were to stop in the middle of my anger, it would be terrible for my nerves. Good God! What a stupid, stupid, stupid thing to say. Could do a juror tier list, that'd be fun. Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish the window was open. You simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. I'm sorry, but as former jury, I have to object. What? I'm a banker, don't forget an educated man. There's no contradiction as far as I can see. Well, it's a contradiction. It's not necessarily a contradiction, but like, he's saying it's a possibility, and you're saying based on what she's saying. Now it's you.
Hold it!
Some way to jog his memory.
Objection.
Hold it!
Now, they're not really contradictions, but I'm trying to piece. He's talking about marital spats. can't present anything. So I can't give him something.
Hold it!
And how is that memory related to this case exactly? Sorry, what's that? Never mind. He's as deaf as a post when he wants to be. Actually, the old man's anecdote might provide the alternate explanation I need to make my point to some of the other jurors. You suddenly can't observe her birthday this year. It's safer that way.
Hold it!
Point where the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know that there was a small house fire in the Gyarados house on the opposite side of the street. Oh yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. We also know that Mrs. Gyarados was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack.
Excuse me. Hold it!
This sets right, so there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man out of the window. Only what? I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. Ah! I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. Wasn't enough?
Hold it!
Doesn't actually provide an explanation, an alternative explanation to the stabbing.
Objection!
Hold it!
Objection!
Hold it!
Oh, really? Just both mouse buttons? I'm assuming maybe this is the wrong assumption. That we'll be able to get to him once we
Objection!
Hold it!
I don't know what to do with juror number 5. He says we can jog his memory, but we don't have any. The only way we can jog his memory is by pitting him against somebody. But like having this statement and what he said, how do you put him against anybody?
Objection!
Hold it!
Oh, I wonder if... Does the foreman's testimony change at all with the new information? I should probably check that.
Hold it!
No. Okay. No, I'll ask if I want help.
Hold it!
Fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. The title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading. Well, I couldn't really say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes? I was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know. I really don't.
Oh boy!
There we go. Really noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Excuse me!
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. I was listening to what this granny was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling her granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb or the maid, I'll have you know. Either one of those. Not granny, though. Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. Jesus Christ! yeah, no words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Where are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever you mean!
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, was originally in Mr. Garadev's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Garadev household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Miss Garadev could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Galliv. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? Really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadev household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadev. What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh! Good Lord, counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadev were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadev was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Ugh, even my missus ain't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why you must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my! Mrs. Garadev, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? My lord, I wish to change my decision. I was wondering my word after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Magic fire away! We did it.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. Jurors called guilty, and 4 now calling innocent. Well, it's really 4 not innocents, 1 guilty, and 1 passed out juror. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Is it called the Thames? Is there actually an H there, or have I been imagining that H the entire time? Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Hey man, he said he rests his case, so... This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. There's an H, but it's silent. For what reason? Why would I ever think that it would be silent? That's so weird. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter. I don't even know what the Thames is. Is it a river in London? Well, don't let anybody tell you that English is a well-constructed language, because it's not. I mean, the Milwaukee River isn't probably any better in terms of pollution, so no judgments here. It's Thames, not Thames! Well, why would anyone who has no idea what the fucking Thames is think that's how it's pronounced? No, but there are some languages that are more well constructed than others. Even if they're all bad. And I think English is one of the worst. Ugh. So overly complicated and just shit that just happens just because. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Of course it can be called, they can be called constructed. They have to be constructed in order to be built and completed to be used. Even if it's haphazardly done, it's constructed nonetheless. Take building blocks and then you go up from there. 3 languages in a trench coat with assorted fake limbs. Oh, I love it. I love it. He is being shockingly reasonable. He's the one that stood up to Van Zeeks. Good for him. Good for him. It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garredev household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. You could pretty easily throw something across a wide street. Which means that the distance from the Garredev's house to the scene is some... Yes, 50 yards?! Oh, 15! Oh God. I can't read. Oh God, I was about to blow my gasket. 15 yards. Yes, she could throw a knife 15 yards. 99% of us right now in this conversation can throw a knife 15 yards. 15 yards is not that long. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagine. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Though, the knife is one thing, the book is a little less believable. For a very similar reason to the Leon issue in Danganronpa, the 1-1. If you're throwing the book, if it's going that far and into the wind, at some point, isn't it gonna bloom? And then you'll have wind resistance against it? Oh, I just assume that there's somebody that wouldn't be able to do it. I don't know who the 1% is. Even as like a frisbee though, unless it was like perfectly, I don't know. To land on the opposite side of the road neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ugh! Well, reality is stranger than fiction, after all. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Susato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here? My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecutor may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garredev must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Well, maybe that's why you should make sure that you don't have to strike any fucking jury members in the first place! Order! Oh, this is highly irregular. Yeah, because it's irregular to have somebody who could be a legitimate witness to the crime on the fucking jury, unless you're in Loving County. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. My learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both the burning Voot and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir! Constable Roy Beat reporting to duty, sir! Well, good morning, officer. How are you? Sorry for dozing until now, sir! I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir! Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more!
Oh, Rowley, my hero. You make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh,
And order the witnesses and stand testify again. State forthwith before the court has any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. Actually, I mean, I think that's a fair ruling by the judge. If you have somebody up there already that might have knowledge of what you're proposing, at least for now, keep them on the stand. In history, at some point, probably. None that I specifically know of, though. And it would only have happened in, like, smaller municipalities. We have, I think. You're right, Lynch. Yeah, he would probably be dead by now. A Jill knife. There you go, Scarlett. Right. And defining what's there, if it is intentional, that's part of construction, isn't it? Just thinking about that. Yeah, I stand by that. Which ironically is probably a disagreement in what the word construction means, which in and of itself is sort of the situation you're presenting. No, I don't think so. If it's put together, it doesn't matter whether it was done intentionally or not. It's something that was constructed, even if it's just by happenstance. I'm trying to think of. I'll leave that for next time. I'll ponder that for now. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. I'll be back on Monday with more of this. I'm gonna try to get the schedule put up this weekend for the rest of the month. I'm gonna try. It's still not gonna be 100% because there are a few dates that can definitely fluctuate. My availability could fluctuate, but I'll try to get something in place this weekend. Yeah, we'll continue with Case 4 next time. You all have a great day. Thanks for watching. Thank you to Theo for the re-up on the membership. Thank you to Maxim and CJ for the punishment. Monies for punishment. And thank you to everyone that watched and lurked, contributed, whatever else. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back on Monday. Stream is adjourned. And it said, I see. Nope.